the 35-yard line. We've got 22 minutes on the clock. It is a running clock here in youth football, so the games do go pretty fast. Not a lot of stoppage. As the Raiders are getting ready to line up. Looks like the Rebels are going to recover.
Fumble on the play recovered by the defense.
And that is something that Coach DiTullio definitely did not want to happen. He had some momentum on that drive, and they just lost it all there after the muff snap there by Daniel Hall. And you know, Ella, those turnovers are not what you want to see if you're a Mason Comet right now.
Not at all. Yeah, we've seen, what is it, two fumbles in the game?
Yeah, they're hoping they can kind of turn that around. A lot of penalties, a lot of turnovers by both sides of the ball. Kind of a sloppy game so far, but the Rebels, or not the Rebels, the Raiders, excuse me, had those big plays that have led them to 2 touchdowns. As you can see, the Raiders coach trying to pump up his team, hoping to extend their lead to 20. We got about 12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the second half. A little over halfway done. The Raiders have the ball at the Comet 36-yard line. Hoping to tack on 6 more points. That's going to be handed off. He's going to take it outside, breaks 2 tackles. As he's pushed out of bounds. Oh, but he stays on his feet. Great footwork there by the young running back. As he's going to be pummeled out of bounds at the 5-yard line. It almost looked like he was going to be going out around the 20, but he stays on his feet. Great footwork there by the 3rd grader. Ella, you know, you're a big soccer player here at Mason. You know some stuff about footwork. Kind of give us the breakdown on what that running back just did.
He kept his feet moving, and when the defender tried to pull him one way, he shifted his body weight the other way. That's why he did not fall down, and he was able to keep running. And that's something that's super applaudable for a 3rd grader.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Having all that skill young is really going to come in handy when he's older. Playing against the big guys on the varsity field. That's a skill. It's going to be a huge, huge help for him. As the Raiders have the ball at the opposing 5, hoping to punch it in for 6 more points. Hand it off. They're going to jet sweep it on the outside, and nobody's going to stop them. As the Raiders are in the end zone for the 3rd time today. Still 10 minutes left in the game. It's not over yet for the Comets. But the Comets kind of getting it handed to them right now.
Seeing some push-ups.
Yeah, seeing some push-ups on the Raiders side of the ball. You would think they'd be celebrating after that touchdown run, but they're going to be doing some push-ups instead. So they're going to line up at the 2 for the 2-point conversion attempt. Again, the Mason cheerleader is trying to give Coach DiTullio's team the energy it needs right now. Something they're kind of falling short of right now. So with 10 minutes left, the Raiders are going to line up. Try to tack on 2 points to their lead. little bit of a trick play as he extends his arm out and barely gets the 2 points he needs.
Flag on the play.
But there is going to be a flag on the
False start
play.
on the offense.
And another false start for the Raiders. You can see the frustration on Coach's face after yet another false start by his offense. That's going to pin them back 5 yards farther. Now they're going to have a 7-yard 2-point conversion attempt versus a 2-point or a 2-yard 2-point conversion attempt. You know, those extra yards are really important, Ella. How much of a difference does that 5 yards make on a 2-point opportunity?
A big difference, because if we're moving 3 or 4 yards, that's pushing us back way too far, and it's going to be way harder for these kids to go and get into that end zone.
Yeah. And yeah, just like Ben Howard said earlier in the broadcast, 3 to 4 yard gains is really all you want in youth football. But with that 7-yard attempt now, they're going to need more than that. As they're going to hand it off right down the middle. And he's just going to take it outside and score. 2 points added on for the Raiders.
2-point conversion attempt successful.
As they now hold the 22-point lead over Coach DeTulio's Comets.
22-0.
Great running there by the Raiders.
This is some great blocks too, right down the middle, leaving a pocket of space for him to run.
Yeah, great blocking. They do have the size advantage over the Comets. Part of the reason why you're seeing some of those holes being made and the gaps formed in the line. Some great blocking and running on the offensive side of the ball for the Raiders. And the Comets hoping to do the same in their next possession as they trail by 3 touchdowns. As the Comets line up, trip set. It's going to be a bubble pass. Oh, but he is going to be lit up behind the line for a 3-yard loss. And it looks like we may have a Comet receiver down.
Loss of 3 on the play.
After that big hit that he took from 2 Raiders defenders.
Injury timeout.
You hate to see that at such a young age. But you know, it's a part of the game. Football is a very, very physical sport. And those hard hits are a product of that. So we're hoping that the Comet little man is doing okay down there after the big shot he took. And it looks like he's moving around, so that's a good sign. Great sportsmanship by both teams as they're all kneeling for him. And that's something you love to see in sports, don't you, Ella?
Yes. Yep. Love that sportsmanship from both teams. And being considerate of players when they're injured. Because both teams don't want to see that.
As he's being helped off the field by the trainers and coaches. Round of applause from the fans. As the Comets are going to have the ball at their own 32-yard line. 6 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock. Injury is one of the few times we stop the clock here in youth football. as the whistle blows. Comets are getting ready to hopefully put on a successful drive. As Maurice Jones takes the handoff, but nothing he can do about that as he's stopped right at the line. Some great defense here by the Raiders today.
Handoff to Maurice Jones III. No gain on the play.
We see the Comets are having a hard time
That'll
going
bring
down
up
the
3rd
middle.
and 13.
Might have a better bet going down the sides.
Yeah, and we know Maurice Jones III has the speed to take it outside. They tried earlier with the bubble pass. That ended up in the injury, so maybe some handoffs, jet sweeps outside are going to help shift the momentum for the Comets. 5 minutes left in the game. Kind of seems like the Comets are out of it, but a few big plays here and some key stops defensively, and more
There's a flag on the play.
offsides like that by the defense.
Offsides on the defense.
Comets could be in good shape.
That'll bring up 3rd and 8.
So 3rd and 8 for the Comets. They've got a pretty long conversion opportunity here. But as we said earlier, not a lot of punts in youth football, so this is really a 2-down opportunity. If they can get 5 yards here and 5 yards next, that's a first down. As the quarterback, Daniel Hall, is going to get sacked
Daniel Hall Jr. tackled for
at
a loss.
the 30-yard line. It's going to be a long 4th down opportunity for the Comets.
Timeout Raiders.
And there's going to be a timeout called by the Cincinnati Raiders. And you know, during this timeout, the coach of the Raiders is really just preaching to his team, hold them here, because if they can get the ball back, they can milk that clock and finish the game off. And if you're a Comet, you're using this timeout to regroup, refocus, get a nice play in that'll get you 15 yards for the first down and hopefully more for a touchdown. And that's something they really need right now. So 3 minutes and 49 seconds on the clock. Daniel Hall is about ready to take the snap, and he does. Takes the nice toss to Maurice Jones, and he's trying to break through the Raider defender, but he's stopped behind the line again.
Maurice Jones the
And
third
that
on
is
the
going to be
run.
a turnover on downs
No gain
for
on
the
the play.
Comets, and it's going to be the Raider football.
Results of the play.
You know, that was
turnover
really
on
an
downs.
important drive by the Comets. They needed to score. They needed to get a first down there. Without that, what kind of shape do you think they're in, Ella?
Not great shape, but if the defense can pull through right here and force the Raiders to have a 4th down, we might be in better shape.
Yeah, definitely. And again, with that running clock, the Rebels are going to take their time calling their play. They have pretty good field position at the 32-yard line. So a short drive here. They don't necessarily need to score. All they need to do is protect the ball and protect their lead. And they're going to come on top victorious. Clock inching down to close to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. A little bit of confusion on the field with the referees and players. Looks like the Rebels may have had an extra, or Raiders may have had an extra player on the field. Excuse me if I keep saying Rebels. My 6th grade youth football team was called the Rebels. That was not a fun year, but the Raiders.
Timeout Comets.
Did you win a lot of games?
We did not. We actually didn't win one game. We only scored 2 touchdowns all year. It was a rough experience. That was We only had 15 kids. When you're in 6th grade and most people have been playing for 3 or 4 years, and only one person on your team had ever played before, that is a recipe for disaster, and a disaster it was. But these kids probably having a different experience here with a great Mason Youth organization, starting their football careers young and hoping to keep it all the way up to their senior year of high school. As the Comets call a timeout with 2 minutes and 14 seconds remaining. They're looking to spark a big play here. 'Cause right now, that's all they need, a big play to get back in this. A little bit of confusion on the offensive side of the ball. Or defensive side of the ball, excuse me. Raiders ball at the 32. Comets looking for a big stop here, and it's going to be another false start by the Raiders.
There's a flag on the play. False
If
start
it weren't
on
for
the
all
offense.
those false start penalties by the Raiders, I think this game would be over. It's kind of taken a lot of time up,
Yeah, for sure.
limited the amount of plays they've been able to run, but it hasn't stopped them from scoring 22 points. So not the prettiest showing by the Raiders, but they've got a pretty hefty lead. As another great run. So he's going to be stopped at the 21.
Great tackle by the Comets.
Yeah,
That run goes for
great
a gain of
tackle there, great
15.
form. Head to the sky, wraps his arms around his ankles, and there's nothing he can do except fall to the
That'll bring
ground.
up 1st and 10.
So the Raiders get the first down. Minute 15 left in the game. And we'll probably only see 1 or 2 more plays here before the final whistle is blown. That's a fumbled snap there, but he gets cover of it. And the quarterback's just going to take it for himself. And a great tackle there by number 31 of the Comets. Quirch with an incredible tackle there behind the line.
Run to the left side.
A little bit late, but
Loss of about 7 on the play.
great way to end the game with a 7-yard loss. It's going to be a moment he'll remember.
That'll bring up 2nd and 17.
So 35 seconds on the clock. The Raiders. Great juke move by the running back, and he's going to take it inside. He's stopped just around the 20, maybe the 21. And that could be the final snap of the game.
Drew Athan on the tackle.
And with the lead they have, it almost looks like the coach is willing to run some hurry up.
Gain of about 8 on the play. That'll bring up 3rd and 9.
If I'm the Raiders here, I sit with the ball or I kneel it, end the game. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to hand it off. Try and score one more time. A flag's thrown, but that's
Touchdown Raiders.
probably going to send that touchdown back
Holding on the
with
offense.
the holding on the offense.
Your final score, the Cincinnati Raiders 22, the Mason
And that's going to be the end of the game.
0.
The Cincinnati Raiders take the win 22-0 over the Mason Comets. Kind of a sloppy game, a lot of penalties, a lot of turnovers, but a few big plays really sparked the Raiders to score those 3 big touchdowns. I've been Adam Whittle, Ben Haller in the first half, and Ella Madden right here, her first ever broadcast. She did a great job. We'll see you next time on ICRC-TV. Hello everyone and welcome to Dwyer Field. We have the third game of the Grimes Bowl today. We've got the second grade Mason youth football team taking on the Bulldogs football. Should be a great matchup. The Raiders took the first two games from the Comets, 22-0 last time, and I believe 18-6 the first game. So Mason Comets hoping to get their first win of the day today against the Bulldogs. Looks like it's going to be a muff snap on the first play, but he gets it handed around to 10. Penalty flag on the play. And the Comet defenders are going to take him down. Emmanuel Crawford with the Mason tackle that time, but it looks like there is going to be a penalty flag for the Bulldogs, so that's all going to be going backwards. I'm joined alongside Ellen Madden. First day on the broadcast today. We've got a great event here of the Grimes Bowl with the Mason Comets taking on the Bulldogs. So we got Bulldog football, 1st and 20 after that 10-yard holding call.
Can you hear us?
It's going to be stopped behind the line by the Comets. 2nd and 22 is the gain. So Ella, we just called that last game, me and you, you and I in the second half. What did you think we saw from the Mason team, and how do you think the grade below second graders can improve today?
I thought the Mason team did not do the best job with handling the blocks from the Raiders. I think that they needed to get around more and close down those pockets of spaces where they were running in. I thought that they did a great job of handling their penalties and all of that stuff. I think that this second grade team right here can go, and if they can get the blocks and they can run more on the outsides, not going straight down the middle, they'll have a better opportunity of winning.
Yeah, definitely. Penalties were the big factor for the Raiders. They did come out on top, but too many false start penalties for them. The Mason team just couldn't get anything going on the offensive side of the ball. They couldn't really block the Raiders' defensive tackles, but the Mason defense today with the big stop. Number 10, Jason Nutley, the big stop. The big gain there by the Mustangs, but it's not going to be enough.
Bring up 4th and 11.
Based off the 10-yard holding call before. It's going to be 4th and 11 for the Mustangs. And you know, in youth football, they don't have the strongest legs yet, so no punting, no kicking. They're pretty much going to go for almost every 4th down. Still another opportunity to get a first down here with the 4th and 11. Another thing different you see is we got our coaches on the field here helping the kids out, get in the right position so they don't get any penalties. But right there, quarterback's going to take it for about 5 yards, but that's not going to be enough. So the Comets are going to stop them on the 4th down conversion. It's going to be their ball around the 37-yard line. You know, Ella, we've seen some pretty good defensive start for the Comets. How are they going to keep that up? How are they going to keep this momentum going?
Just reading the play and not overcommitting to the play and making sure that everybody's accounted for, because you got to watch out for those tricky plays.
Yeah, definitely. Youth football, we see a lot of trickery, a lot of fake handoffs. Part of the reason is because you can't get downfield quick enough, so you got to create that separation on your own. And the past 2 games, the Raiders did a great job of those trick plays, kind of fake handing it off. So the Comet defenders were kind of losing them. Today they got to stick with the Mustangs. Different team, so hopefully they keep their eye on the ball and get out to a successful start as they are doing right now. They've got the ball 1st and 10 at the 37-yard line. They're under center. Looks like there's a little bit of confusion on the field. Hands it off to number 3 of the Comets, And he's going to take it, cut back towards the middle of the field, and he's running opposite, and he might go all the way. 10, 5. That's a touchdown, even a little taunt there. Waves it. And number 3, Emmanuel Crawford with the big run. Great sportsmanship there, handing the ball to the ref. Great run by the young second grader for the Mason Comet touchdown, as they pin 6 points on the board with their first lead of the Grimes Bowl. Great cutback there, as you see on the replay. Ella, what do you think about that run right there?
I think that's a great play. He separated himself, and at the end you see him put his hand up. Yep, he knew that he was going to get that.
Great running there by Emmanuel Crawford, as they're lining up for the 2-point conversion. Maybe giving it to Crawford again would be a great idea. He just scored the long 30-yard touchdown. You got Luca Birdsall under center. Maybe a blitz coming from the Bulldogs. And they're going to take the screen pass over to number 20, Jackson Robill, and he's going to be stopped just short of the goal line. So the 2-point conversion, no good. Mustangs stop them and hold the deficit to just 6 points.
Mustangs 0.
And as I said before, in youth football, we don't have kickoffs here, so the Mustangs are going to start with the ball at the 35-yard line. Got a nice 65-yard drive to score. And a slow first offensive drive, hoping to kind of change that there. The holding penalty on the first play of the game really set them back deep and put them in a hole. Ella, limiting those penalties and a lot of turnovers, that's going to help propel them to a better offensive drive this time.
And we saw that last game. It held back both teams. The Raiders did capitalize on multiple plays, but the penalties for sure held both teams back.
And that's something that the Mustangs probably talked about in their huddle. They are now lining up to start the second drive. Shotgun snap. And looks like number 30 is going to take it, but a great tackle by number 10 of the Comets, Jason Nutley. He's had 2 great tackles here in the first half. About 14 minutes and 30 seconds remain in the first half. We do have a running clock,
Bring up 2nd and 5.
so that does help these games go a little bit quicker. But the Comets off to a great start. 4-yard gain there by the Mustangs as the Comets hold the 6-0 lead. 2nd and 6 at the 39-yard line. The Mustangs coach helping get his team set. The shotgun snap again. It's going to be dropped. So the quarterback's just going to take it. Breaking some ankles there. But he is taken down by the Comets. Looks like it was Oliver Smallwood there with the tackle.
That'll bring up 3rd and 5.
He's only going to gain about 2 yards there, making about 3rd and 4. You know, in youth football, you really got to rely on those big breakout plays. We saw it earlier with the Mason Comets touchdown, the long run. So the Bulldogs, or the Mustangs, excuse me, hoping to have one of those big play opportunities here. They've got the speed in the backfield to do it. They just have to convert. And the Comets are going to stop them after just a short gain. It's going to be 4th and 3. And you know, Ella, we've seen 2 4th down opportunities already for the Bulldog or the Mustangs. Couldn't convert last time. Since this is a shorter, only a 3-yard opportunity here, this one they could convert. You think they could convert on this one?
I think that they probably can if they can block more in the middle and go towards the outside. But they also got to watch for the Mason player in the back because he seems to be reading that play pretty well. He's coming over right there.
Yeah, just as I was talking about the safety in the back, coming and making that play with the speed, great read. However, it was a great run by the Mustangs as he's going to get about 10, 15 yards and tag on a first down for the Mustangs. Great running there by number 10, but also a great tackle there by the safety as he prevents a long touchdown run there. Mustangs have it at the 42. A little bit of a rough snap by 10. And number 16, Noah Bush, sacks the quarterback for 5 yards. So the 5-yard loss pins the Mustangs back to 2nd and 15 with 11 minutes remaining in the game. In the first half here, about halfway through. With the running clock, it does make the game go a little faster. Helps fit more games into this jam-packed grind bowl. It's been a great event so far. As I said before, this is the 3rd game today. We had the kindergarten and 1st grade team play first. We just had the 3rd grade team play, and now we've got the 2nd grade team of the Mason Comets playing today.
Flag on the play.
Flag on the play as the Mustangs take it up to the 45, but that could be going back.
False start on the offense.
And it will after a false start call. Take them back to the 49.
I think these players are just very antsy for the ball, and that's why we're seeing a lot of false starts.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is the first week of football for most of these players. First week of football for all Mason as Mason varsity opens up at home on the 20th against Gahanna-Lincoln. So a little bit of first game nerves by the Comets, but that's nothing that's having no effect on them today as they are just routing the Mustangs in the backfield.
Loss of a yard on the play.
As the Comet defenders swarm the Mustang running back for another loss of yards. A very long 3rd and 22 for the Mustangs. Hoping to get a big play here. We don't see passing very much in youth football, but when you got those long opportunities, we could maybe be seeing a pass here. Although it doesn't look like they have any receivers out. So maybe just a hard run down the middle. 8 minutes, 45 seconds left in the first half. And the snap goes long. And the quarterback's going to try to do something with it as he gains a few yards back. Gets about 2 after the very long snap. Lucky to recover that.
A yard on the play.
And you know, Ella, the Mustangs have just been playing really sloppy right now. A lot of fumbles, a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of false starts. How do you think that they need to come into this next drive and this upcoming play to try to refocus?
I definitely think that maybe they should switch it up, not try to take it down the middle. I mean, we do see a lot of the Mason defenders packing it back more. We don't see them as close on the defensive line, so I think that maybe taking more care of that ball, going out wide, getting some space away from these defenders is going to help them maybe possibly get a first down.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe a jet sweep to the other side or a little bubble pass. As they're going to drop yet another snap, and the Comet defenders aren't going to let him go anywhere. He loses 3 yards on the 4th down play, and it's going to be Comet ball in the Mustang side of the field.
The result of the play is a turnover on downs. Comets take possession at the 44-yard line.
So after the turnover, it's going to be Comet ball at the 44. And they're hoping to emulate what they just did on the last drive and score another long touchdown. Great speed in the Mason backfield as showcased last drive, and they're hoping to do the same thing again. And with 6 minutes and 37 seconds left in the first half, the Comets are going to line up. Looks like we've got two tight ends in. Might be calling them wing backs. And the Mustangs are going to take their first time out of the half. They don't like the setup they were in. Mason looked like they were pretty heavily loaded in the box. So maybe a strong run play.
So it is the Mustangs, not the Bulldogs?
Yes. As you can see, Coach Hobson coaching his team over there. Crawford is having himself a great game with a very long rushing 60-yard touchdown. Mustang defense cannot stop him. And a very long timeout here.
Do you know where the Mustangs are from? It's okay. I'm just trying to make a graphic.
And the Mustangs, after the timeout, trying to get the right defensive set. And the Mason Comets are going to snap it, direct snap to the quarterback. And he's going to take it outside, up to the 30. He's going to be pushed out of bounds after he gets the first down. Great running there by number 18, Bailey Smith.
Bailey Smith on the carry. Gain of about
As he gets the
13.
Comet first down.
That run is good enough for a Comets first down.
As you can see, great running here. Stopped at the 30-yard line, but he'll take a 15-yard rush.
We see some strong blocks from the other Mason players.
Yeah, definitely blocking is a big key on why the Mason Comets running game has been so successful here in the first half. The Mustangs do not have a lot of size on their defensive line, and the Mason Comets are a pretty small team as well, but with the Mustangs even smaller, they're able to kind of plow through those defensive linemen and create some big holes for the running backs. And they're going to do another jet sweep on the right side, and he's going to take it through the 20, 15, 10, 5, breaking away, and that's a touchdown for the Mason Comets. Number 15, Christian Jackson.
Jackson with a Comets touchdown.
Great speed there as he has great football IQ, comes to the outside, makes the defender chase him. And the Mustang defender not fast enough. Great running there by the Mason Comets as they extend their lead to 12 points. Ella, what do you think about that run?
There's some great footwork. He acted like he was going to go towards the middle and then took a jab step and went out wide.
Jackson with some nice hair too. Kind of bringing back the mullet as you can see through his helmet. We're seeing that a lot in lacrosse and hockey. And the mullet hairstyle coming over to football as well. So the Comets line up for the 2-point conversion at the 2-yard line. 4 minutes left in the first half. As I said before, we do have a running clock. Bailey Smith takes the snap, throws it, and what a one-handed catch there by number 58, Lucas Pittman.
Conversion attempt successful. There's a flag on the play.
Now, there is a flag on the play. We could potentially see an illegal man downfield because I do think that Lucas Pittman was a lineman. And I think that's what the call is going to be. Or not Lucas Pittman, excuse me. Kenzo Burning.
We will replay the down.
And it's going to be a 10-yard penalty. And even though those points aren't going to count, that was a great catch there by Kenzo. Linemen don't get a lot of opportunities to catch the ball. And as a second grader, always fun to have those one-handed catches in the game. So now it's going to be the very long two-point conversion attempt. Sitting at the 8-yard line. And it's just going to be a direct snap. He's going to take it outside. And he gets it. Crawford, Emmanuel Crawford, the same name that had that big 60-yard touchdown earlier in the game, pins on 2 more points for the Comets as they lead the Mustangs 14-0. Ella, we've seen some great offensive sets here from the Comets early on. What do you think? What have you been most impressed with?
I've definitely been very impressed with the speed of these second graders. You know, we don't see, you know, they're not fully grown into their bodies yet. They're still, and this is the first week of football, which also probably would go along with how fast they are. Everybody's super excited, ready to be out there. So everybody's going to be playing 110%. So I've definitely been very impressed with speed, especially from Mason. We've seen their touchdowns have been just straight runs, not passes, and you know that comes with a lot of speed and IQ of where to go and reading the play where the defenders are.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, and they're giving a lot of 110% effort, as Ella said. First game of football, all the kids are juiced up, excited to play. And part of the reason why we see a 14-point Mason lead is it looks like the Comets have a little more energy than the Mustangs right now. So the Mustangs, if they want to stay in this game, they need to bump up their energy level a little bit. With only 1 minute remaining in the first half, they're going to have halftime to kind of regroup, resettle, get their minds right. As another low snap, but they're going to hand it off right down the middle. He's going to juke a few defenders, and he breaks one tackle. The Comets can't get him down, but they finally do at the 48-yard line.
Gain of 13 on the carry.
Great run.
That'll move the chains
13-yard gain
first down
by the Mustangs. Great blocking. And they're going to get back up to the line of scrimmage quick. With only 15 seconds on the clock. They're hoping to get one more play in here, maybe a pass. Since we don't have a lot of time on the clock, but a muffed snap. The Mustangs are going to recover, and he's just going to be obliterated right at the
Fumble on
line.
the snap, recovered by the offense.
Trying to make something out of nothing, but the Comet defenders swarm
No
him.
gain on the play.
And that's going to conclude
That'll bring us to the end of
the first half. Comets hold the 14-point lead over the Mustangs. They've had some great offense and some even better defense, and that is part of the reason why they're on top. We'll be getting you the coverage of the second half coming up right after this.
Welcome back to Dwyer Field. We have the Mason Comets facing the Cincinnati Raiders. At the half, it's 12-0. The Raiders are up.
Like Savannah just mentioned, welcome back. It is 12-0 here at Dwyer Field. Cincinnati Raiders have taken a commanding lead here in the first half. We'll see how the second half shapes up as we're about to get underway. It's going to be, not sure who started out with the ball. We had a little bit of technical issues to start out the game. I believe it is going to be Cincinnati's ball. And like I mentioned earlier, we apologize. We do not have the Cincinnati roster, so we'll do our best to identify which players are doing what. Quarterback back in shotgun. Oh, and there is going to be flag on the play. It looked like it was a false start on the offense is what it's going to be, the call, I believe. Looks like the referees are going to converse over it. You saw two players kind of on both sides kind of jump the gun there. I'm not sure which one started it, and so that is going to kind of going to be up to the referee's discretion here.
It looked like the Comets players were saying something, and the Raiders just reacted.
And it is going to be a penalty on the defense, so the Raiders will move up 5 yards there. Not sure what the exact penalty is going to be there.
Sets up a 1st and 5 for the
We're going to go
Raiders.
with the offsides call here. So it's going to be 1st and 5 here for the Raiders. Quarterback in shotgun. The ball is snapped. He's going to hand it off. He's going up that right sideline there, and he's going to get a 1st down. Wow, that was a big carry there for the Raiders. This is a 15-yard carry as they're going to move the chains for a 1st down.
Tackle made by Anthony Hendricks.
I mean, just watching this Raiders defense play, they appear to be so much more versatile right now and able to do so many more things than the Comets. You know, their quarterback is back in shotgun. He's not right in the pocket every play, and so that's, you know, making that harder for the Mason Comets defense to kind of swarm him and get to him as quickly. Ball is snapped and is fumbled, but it's going to be picked up, and there is a flag on the play, I believe, and that is Cincinnati carrying it down to the far sideline, and he's going to be stopped just short of the 1st down, I believe. But there was a flag on the play, I think.
It's going to be a 2nd and 1 for the Raiders.
Nine-yard run outside. Sets up.
Nolan Shabbat just came onto the field for the Comets, along with a player whose number we were not able to see. And so the Raiders now with 2 players in the backfield, and the ball is going to be snapped and handed off, and it's going to be taken on down the near sideline. He's going, and finally he's going to be pulled down there just inside the 10 on the 8-yard line. That tackle was made there by number 9. That's Hudson Webb, who came up big for the Comets, stopping another near touchdown.
For the Raiders, tackle made by Anthony Hendricks.
Excuse me, that was Anthony Hendricks there, who made another big play, a defensive stop there for the Comets. He had that big stop there in the first half at the last second, preventing the Raiders from going up 3 scores at the end of the first half. And he makes another big play there, trying to make the Raiders work for every point they get. That ball is snapped and it's going to be given. He's going to take it up the middle, trying to find some wiggle room, and he's going to get a touchdown for the Raiders. So it's going to be touchdown number 3 for Cincinnati as they go up 18-0.
I think it's key right now for the Comet defense to try to just have a conversation about what they think they're doing right now, because it's most of this is just coming from they're getting these breakaways offensively from the defense, just overcompensating the offensive line, which I get because they have more size, but at the same time they still need to be thinking about where the players are on the field and what they can try to do, and I think that they're just not getting there in time.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Savannah. So out of the huddle, here comes the Raiders. Quarterback right in the pocket, going to take a direct snap, and he's going to look to throw, and that is caught. That is the first complete pass, I believe, all game. So that is going to be 2 points there for the Raiders. So it's going to be 20-0, the Raiders lead. Take a look at this replay here. That was just a very good, very well-timed pass there by Cincinnati, just to finish that off that strong drive, which started off with the Comets flag, and they were able to take advantage of that and drive downfield and finish the job.
Yeah.
So as the Comets offense takes the field, Savannah, what do you think, we mentioned earlier they did have a few little tricks up their sleeve. Do you want to see them try to do that, or just try to, work the ball down the field and try to, just try to pick up these easy yards? Because, the run game hasn't been working for them as well as it has for Cincinnati.
I think they could try for maybe the first or second couple downs, just to try to see if they could maybe get a little bit of yardage before they try to pull out a trick. But I think it's getting to the time in the game where they need to try to make a play and try to work around what they're given and where the Raiders are playing at.
So the Comets quarterback, that is Cooper Nordstrom, takes the snap and is going to be taken down almost immediately. I believe that is a loss of about 2 yards there for the Comets, and it looks like a player's down on the field. That is number 70. Not sure which one that is. I think that is number 85, Jacob Pittman, going down there. Looks like he took the brunt of two of the Cincinnati Raiders coming down on him. And, excuse me, that was not Jacob Pittman that went down. Still not sure. Still not able to identify which player that is, as he is able to stand up and is being helped off the field by a coach. So the Comets break the huddle and take the field here after losing about 2 yards there on that play. So it's going to be 2nd and 12, I believe. Three Comets in the backfield. That ball is going to be handed off there by Nordstrom, and as he is falling, and possible fumble there by the Comets, but I don't think so. I think his knee hit the that was Cameron Foster there who carried it, but I don't believe it was a fumble. Comets are getting pushed back pretty far here. Excuse me, it does appear like that was a fumble. So that's big. You know, continuing the momentum that Cincinnati's got going, they just took it, and that ball is snapped, and it's going to be carried to the outside, and he's taken down there by the Comets defense. Cincinnati tried to go to that far sideline, which they've been working all game there, Savannah, and you know the Comets, you know, they're realizing that, and they're, you know, on that play, you know, you saw he was able to cut inside and stop that carry from getting too far down the field.
Yeah, I think it's important that the Comets offensive line remains strong right now, especially with all the pressure that they're going against from this Raiders team.
Ball is snapped and handed off, and the Raiders is going to weave. Raider running back weaving through some players there, and he's going to be taken down for 3rd down right now. So the Comets with an opportunity here to stop this Raiders defense for the first time all game without scoring a touchdown. But it is about 3rd and 1 here, so the Comet defense is going to have to come up pretty strong here to get that necessary stop. Looks like there's a timeout being taken here by the Raiders to talk things over here and figure out what they got to do to get this first down here. So this Cincinnati Raiders team right now, Savannah, has all the momentum going. What do the Comets have to do to turn around this, you know, momentum? You know, they've still got 13 minutes left. You know, it's a three possession game right now. And so, you know, if the Comets are able to, you know, they can turn this thing around. But what do they have to do to make that turnaround happen?
I think right now in the game, it's kind of up to the mental aspect, which can sometimes be undervalued. I think that if they continue to try to work together and try to move around and do what they can, that something will happen and their offense will start to work. They just have to be patient with it, and I think that they can't start to lose hope that they're not going to win this game.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. So that ball is snapped, and to that far sideline the Raiders go, and he's going to slip in for a touchdown. Comets chasing but not able to bring him down. That was about a 21-yard carry there for the Raiders as they're going to go up 26-0.
Run to the outside results in a touchdown for the Raiders.
You see him coming across and coming around and going back and coming right into the end zone.
What do you like to see there, though? The Comets, you know, I believe that was number 15, Cooper Nordstrom. He was diving, you know, right at the 1-yard line, just still trying to make that stop. Still hustling, which is great to see from the Comets, you know, even though they are down big at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to who wants it more and who can hustle more. And I think that if the Comets keep trying and keep continuing to give the same effort or giving a little bit more effort, then I think it'll change a little bit.
So that ball is intercepted there on the 2-point conversion. That's number 33. That is Keaton Wilking, who is able to come up with the interception. So that is right there. That's a momentum shift there for the Comets, able to take advantage of. and now can use it on the offensive end.
Comets are coming in for their huddle, and the ref's giving them a few words. It's currently 26-0 with 11:25 left in the clock.
So as both teams take the field here, we've got just over 11 minutes to go. Running clock throughout the game unless there's a timeout taken. So the Comets taking the field here, and they're going to start out around the 35-yard line on offense. So Cooper Nordstrom is going to take the snap. He's going to hand it off, and that is Comets going to carry the ball, and the Comet runner there swarmed there by Cincinnati. It looked like that was number 13, Cameron Glosser, who tried to carry the ball. And it's going to be second down. Second and 11.
Injury timeout.
And another Comets player down. That's not good. They've already lost one player to injury earlier in this half. Another Comet down. That's not looking good for them, especially when you're down big and you need your starters healthy and able to play when you're down this much.
Yeah, the Raiders team are showing respect by taking a knee for the Comets.
You know, one of the most important things about youth sports, and something that I love the most, Savannah, is that, you know, not only do you learn to, you learn the sport, you learn the game, but you also learn, the little things like, respecting your opponents, hard work and all that stuff that goes into, that goes into high school and, further, not only in sports but also in life. And so glad to see, those lessons coming out in the field at such a young age.
Yeah, exactly. It's important that they not only develop them as players, but as people, and I think Kastner does a good job of that in the Mason football program, and he tries to start them from a young age with those beliefs.
So the Comets now lining up, 3 men in the backfield, and Cooper Nordstrom is going to take it himself and break through for a few yards there. It's going to bring up third down now for the Comets. Still struggling to move the ball, if only a few yards every play. So the clock is still ticking away as the Comets' hopes of a comeback are looking slimmer and slimmer. However, they're still trying to stay in the fight by running as many plays as they can, not wasting any time unnecessarily, and just giving it their all, which you love to see. So Nordstrom is receiving plays from his coach as he's going to run out to rejoin the huddle of the Comets.
3rd and 9 for the Comets.
It's going to be 3rd and 9 now.
It's as time-consuming as you want it to be. Basically, you can do however much you want. So I mean, it's very time-consuming for me because this is like my number one thing, and like I'm the director, so it's kind of has to be. But like for someone like Savannah does a lot. Like Alex, for instance, he does a lot of coverage and a lot of trash. So he has to take a lot of time off.
So the Comets breaking the huddle now. 3rd and 9 as they're looking to try to come up with a big first down here and ride that momentum that they got from the stop of that interception on the 2-point conversion. So Nordstrom going to take the snap. He's going to hand it off. And the Comet carry there for about 2 more yards before he's taken down. And that is number 14. That is Janthony Hendricks, who carried it for about 2 yards there.
Brings up 4th down.
You can see that they were kind of starting to get the momentum there a little bit, trying to break through the defensive wall that is the Raiders right now, and I think that they need to continue that and try to keep seeing what they can do on this 4th play and in their next possession.
Yeah, like you said, Savannah, that play looked a little more fluid and a little more like the Comets were kind of working their way and figuring out what they're doing here. And that's something you love to see. Unfortunately, though, it is 4th down, so the Comets are going to either. It looks like they're deciding to go for it instead of punting. With 6:38 here to go in the second half. It does appear that the Comets have elected to punt the ball, and like I mentioned earlier in this game, with these players being at a young age, they do not punt the ball. However, they do move them to the opposite side of the field, to about the 35-yard line. So the Raiders, the ball is spotted at the 40-yard line, so the Raiders offense is going to have to work from there. And we saw them earlier this half make a long drive, starting at the 40 and being able to score to give themselves the 26-0 lead.
I think for the Raiders right now, it's key that they try to make sure that they can maintain this, because they've just been they haven't really stopped this entire game. Which part of that is good, but at the same time they can't lose their momentum because they don't really have much of a bench.
So that ball is snapped and is taken all the way downfield to the 50, and he's still on his feet, taking ankles as he's going. A little spin move there, still on his feet, and he's finally going to be taken down there by number 30 on the Comets. That's Ryan Birdsall, who came in with a big hit there. But wow, what a run there. He's running, he's taking ankles and putting on the spins, as you can see in this replay right here. Here comes his little spin move there, and finally taken down from the behind there by Birdsall. So 4:32 here to go, as the Raiders are going to take the snap, and he's looking downfield to throw potentially, and that is thrown, and that is going to be intercepted there by the Comets. His knee did hit, so he is going to be, the ball is going to be down at 30. So that's Comet defense coming up with second interception there for the game. That was number 11, Ian Bakheet, on the interception. You can see this replay here, just right place at the right time, able to make that catch.
I think that's going to be a big influential part of the rest of this game. It's just timing and what they can do with where they're at, because there's only 3:35 left on the clock, so the Comets need to be really smart with how they play right now, and especially how they're going to attack this defensive force.
Yeah, like you said, Savannah, the Comets have just, 2 stops there, one on a 2-point conversion and the one we just saw, both interceptions there by the Comets. So, that's when you're struggling in a game to get things going offensively, you can take some, you can feel good about the fact that your defense has, played well on when the pass game is involved.
Yeah, exactly. You have to kind of roll with what you're given.
So Nordstrom takes the snap and is going to be taken down immediately there by the Raiders defense.
Taken out in the backfield. 2nd and 12 for the Comets.
It's going to be 2nd and 12 for the Comets. They need to try to work on really finding those openings and trying to see what they can do, especially if there's 2:20 left in the clock. You know, they don't really have much left to lose at this point, considering Cincinnati is up 26-0. They just need to try to go for it and need to pull those trick plays out of their pocket.
Sorry about that background noise there. We got a little bit of a breeze coming in through the window up here. Beautiful day for some football as the Grimes Bowl is being held here just a few days before school gets underway here at Mason. So it's, like Savannah mentioned, 2nd and 12 here. The Comets offense trying to get something going with 1:38 now here, as the offense breaks the huddle and is going to try to make one last push here to end the game. Nordstrom with the carry, and he's going to pick up maybe a yard on that one, as it's going to bring up 3rd down. And he took a hard hit there. There was 2 Raiders that took him down, being helped up by his teammates there. So under a minute to go here, as it's going to be 3rd and 11, we'll call it.
Run to the outside brings up a 3rd and 11 for the Comets.
So the Comets gonna run one last play here before most likely electing to end this game here by sending the ball downfield. Nordstrom going to take a direct snap and is going to be brought down right there. And so that will end the game, as there are 7 seconds left on the clock. And a possible strip there by the Raiders. And so that will end the game 26-0
Final score,
as the Comets fall to the Raiders.
Comets 0.
Thank you for joining us here. We will have another game coming up here shortly. I'm Alex Derso here with Savannah Libby. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah. Hello, everyone, and welcome. I'm Alex Dersall. I'm here with Harper Stoll, and we are getting ready to see the Grimes Football Bowl here at Dwyer Field. The Mason Comets are taking on the Cincinnati Raiders, 5th grade Mason Comets, taking on the Cincinnati Raiders. Mason in white, the Raiders in black. So we are in for a treat today. Harper, how are you doing?
I'm doing really well. How are you doing?
I'm good. So I'm excited to see some football here. Looks like the Comets are going to start off with the ball, I believe. We do apologize in advance. We do not have the roster for the Raiders, so we will be doing our best to describe which player is doing what on the field. So as we're getting underway here, the Comets are going to start out with the ball on the 35-yard line. And that ball is snapped and taken upfield for about 4 or 5 yards there by the Mason Comets. So we just got finished with the 4th grade game a couple minutes ago, and the Raiders played very well, and both teams did, and so that was a blowout win there for the Raiders. So let's see if the Comets can kind of even up the score here with the 5th graders winning their game after the 4th graders dropping theirs. So the ball is taken and snapped and handed off there. That was number 85. That's Walker Dorman playing quarterback for the Comets, and he handed it off there. Could not see who that was that carried it, but it was no gain there. So it's going to be 3rd and 5 here for the Comets. And see, Harper, they're at an age here where a lot of the game revolves around the run, running the football, and so it's difficult for teams just to throw the ball, and so that allows teams to kind of crowd in the box and crowd the line, and so it's harder for for the ball to be moved, and so that's definitely an interesting thing. But however, to prove me wrong, that ball is thrown right away there by Dorman, and the intended receiver. It looked like that was Jackson White's number 17. However, he wasn't able to reel that one in, so it's going to be 4th and 5 for the Comets. So onto the field, that's number 38 for the Comets, who does not appear on our roster chart, so we apologize for that. So let's see what the Comets elect to do here. Looks like they're going to go for it here on 4th and 5. Dorman looks to his right. He's going to fake a handoff and throw the ball, and that is picked off there by the Raiders, and he's coming down to the 30, and he's going to take that all the way in. That's a pick 6. Wow, that is an unfortunate way to start the game for the Comets. Dorman's intended receiver was Jackson White's. However, the Raiders defense was a little too quick and read that play and was able to take that in all the way for a touchdown. So that's a quick score there to put Cincinnati up 6-0. So the Raiders are going to go for 2 points here to open up an 8-0 lead. Quarterback takes the ball, he's going to hand it off, and he's going to try to run it, and he's going to be stopped short there by the Comets defense. So that's going to be 6-0 there as the Raiders lead. 18-11 left to go here in the first half. So as I mentioned earlier, as these players are a little bit younger, a few adjustments to the game here. Instead of kickoffs, the ball is placed on the 35-yard line instead of punting. I believe it is. They just move the ball down. So a few things to be aware of as you see things going on. They did not forget to do a kickoff. They're just adjusting to the age. So the Comets going to take the ball. Dorman in the pocket, and he's going to hand it off there, and that is Jackson Wiseman who's going to carry it for a few yards there. It was about a 3-yard run there by Wiseman to bring up 2nd and 7.
Comets break through. 2nd and 7.
So Dorman in the pocket here. Gonna take a direct snap, and he's gonna keep it, and he's gonna try to get to the outside, but he's gonna be taken down, and that's gonna be a loss of about 5 yards there for the Comets to bring up 3rd and 12. Like how the Comets are trying to change it up a little bit, but however, not being able to,
3rd and 13.
you got to be a little bit quicker if you're going to try to get onto the outside of this Raiders defense. Comets break the huddle, taking their positions. It's going to be about 3rd and 12 here, as Dorman's looking to receive a direct snap. The ball is snapped, and there's a flag on the field. Not sure what the call is here. Find out in a minute. Call is going to be on the defense. So that it will remain 3rd down, and it's about 3rd and 7 here for the Comets.
Ball start, 5-yard penalty on the Raiders.
And another flag on the field. Another potential false start here. And it looks beyond the defense again, so the Raiders are just shooting themselves in the foot here. 2 false starts in a row, bringing the Comets here to 3rd and 2nd. So it went from a 3rd and 12 to a 3rd and 2nd. So that's going to help the Comets out a bit.
Ball start, 5-yard penalty on the Raiders. 3 and 2 Comets. So Dorman looking to receive another direct snap. Player in motion.
He's going to take the ball. He's looking downfield. He's going to let one rip, and that is caught, and he's got the first down. Oh, but the ball is fumbled, and it's going to be recovered by the Raider. He's downfield. Dorman trying to chase him down, but I don't think he's going to get him all the way to the 10, the 5, and that's a touchdown for Cincinnati. That's just unfortunate there for the Comets. Dropped pass, and that's going to be taken all the way into the end zone. Recovered by the Raiders and taken in for
Fumble by
another
the
touchdown.
Comets. Touchdown Raiders.
So that'll make it 12-0 here. Raiders lead with 13-12 here in the first half. So Harper, can you talk to me a little bit about who do you think that mistake is on? Is that more of kind of on the quarterback or the receiver there? Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
I really think that mistake was really no one's fault. It just looked like he got hit funny and just lost the ball, but it was really unfortunate, and the Comets need to figure out how to score.
Yeah, like you said, he just kind of got clipped in a weird way and whistles. I'm not sure a possible false start or an offsides there. As Cincinnati's getting ready, as the Raiders are getting ready to go for a 2-point conversion. Looks like it's going to be a false start. On the Comets, so that's going to be moved half the distance to the goal line there for the Raiders. Another part of and another whistle, and some of the Comets players are looking a little bit confused here as to what's going on. But as I was mentioning, since these kids are a little bit younger, on the younger side, not a lot of kickers are on the field, and so that they tend to gravitate more towards 2-point conversions instead of PATs. So that ball is snapped, but he is going to be stopped in the backfield. Great job there by the Comets defense coming in and getting that stop done. So right now the scoreboard says 12-0, but it kind of looks like the Comets had just two mistakes that the Raiders were able to capitalize on and kind of take off, and so I still think this is still a pretty even game. Wouldn't you say, Harper?
I agree. I think the Comets just need to score and get going, and then we'll be back in the game.
Yeah, like you said, just getting that momentum going. Just two unfortunate plays that result in 2 touchdowns by this very, very, very quick Raiders defense. However, the 2 times we've seen the Comets defense take the field to prevent those 2-point conversions, they've come up with a stop both times. So that will leave the score at 12-0 with 10:30 left in the first half. So Dorman sending one of his teammates back there to ask the coach a question there. The Comets getting ready to go into action here. Dorman going to receive a direct snap, hand it off, and that is going to be carried for about 2 yards there. 2-yard gain for the Comets. And an injured player is down. That looks like it's number 12, Chad Shell, going down on the carry there.
Normally we don't want to focus on injuries, right?
So that is Jackson White's, not Chad Schnell. So I wasn't able to quite see those numbers there. Mixed up a 17 for a 12, and however, Whites is able to get up without any help, and it looks like he will be taken off field just to make sure he's all good. So it's going to be 2nd and 8 here for the Comets as they break the huddle and take their positions.
Comets gain 2 yards, 2nd and 8.
And that looked like that was held there by Walker Dorman, and he's going to be swallowed up there, and there's not going to be any gain on that play there for the Comets. So it's going to be 3rd and 8 here. So tell me, Harper, do you think Dorman's a little nervous to throw after his past 2 throws have been either picked off or dropped? And do you think that's why they're trying to run a little bit more, or do you think he's just trying to throw off the defense by running that ball instead of throwing it?
I think it could be some nerves after making a couple of mistakes and losing the ball, but it might be beneficial to them if they tried to run it because they haven't really tried that much.
Yeah, I agree. So with 7:56 here to go, it's 12-0. The Raiders lead, and the ball is snapped. Dorman's going to take it. He's going to look downfield, and there's a throw, and that is bobbled, almost caught. And luckily that hits the ground before a Raider was able to snap it. So it's going to bring up 4th and 8. It's funny, just as we were commenting on how he wasn't throwing, he turns around and throws one immediately after.
Incomplete pass. Comets 4th and 9.
So the Comets elect to punt, as you see the referee, they're flipping the field here. Ball is going to be spotted around the 40 or the 35 as in place of the Comets actually punting the ball. So we see the referee place the ball, and the Raiders offense take the field for the first real drive that they will have this game. So as the Raiders offense takes position, we will see the Comets defense for the first time. Take the first time on a drive this game as the ball is snapped, and the Raiders quarterback is going to take it. That's number 4 there. Oh, a little stiff arm, and he's going to be forced out of bounds after gaining about 2 or 3 yards there to make it 2nd and 7. 2nd and 8, excuse me. So if you're the Comets coach, Harper, are you feeling pretty confident that your defense is going to hold up well as we've seen them stop them twice on that 2-point conversion try that they've thrown, or are you a little bit nervous just because we've seen the speed and agility that some of the players on the defensive side have?
2nd and 7. Raiders
I
ball.
think I'd be pretty confident. They've had some really good stops. It's just their momentum has been not so great, and they just really need to protect the football going on to offense.
For sure. So that ball is handed off, and he's taking up the middle there for the Raiders, but there was a flag on the play, and it looks like that flag is going to be on the defense, a possible holding call. And we are about to find out. but like you said, Harper, you mentioned that momentum, and you know something that really does kill momentum are those unfortunate penalties that your team does tend to get, and it will be a holding call on the offense. So that's going to walk them back 5 yards. So it's going to be
Flag on the play.
2nd and 12,
Raiders.
or
2nd and
yes,
13.
2nd and 13. Excuse me. So we'll see Raiders offense take another go at this.
They've shown that they're really tough competitors, so the Comets need to figure out how to have some evenness with them.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, this team is very aggressive. They're going for interceptions and everything, and so the Comets just got to, you know, show that their own competitiveness here, as that ball is carried for, I'd say, about another 4 yards, and so that's going to be 3rd and 9 here for the Raiders. So the Comets defense doing a great job showing how tough their defense is as well, for the first time this game.
3rd and 8, Raiders.
So 3:20 here to go, left in the first half. They do play halves here, so keep an eye on the clock because it is running. So if the Raiders are able to get a first down, they also have to be wary of how much time they have left on this clock. Oh, and there was a bit of confusion there, a flag on the play, and that ball just seemed to hit their quarterback in the chest as he was walking up to tell his line something, and the ball was snapped immediately. So a flag will be thrown, and we'll find out what the reasoning behind it. It's a bit of an odd play. I do think it was a false start, though, on the Raiders. So that's going to put them back, and it's going to be 4th and 12.
Foul on the Raiders. 4th and 11.
So that ball is snapped, and he's looking downfield. He's going to let one rip, and that is put nice and high, and it's just going to drop down. So that's an incomplete pass. So that's going to be a turnover, and the Comets are going to take over at the Raiders' 38-yard line with just under 2 minutes to go. So the Comets are going to have a chance to run a couple plays here before this half ends, and we'll see kind of what they're able to do with those few minutes that they are going to have, or few plays, excuse me, that they're going to have here to end out this half. Comets offense takes the field. The ball is snapped, and that's low, and that's unfortunate as the quarterback, number 85, Walker Dorman, is able to fall on it before that Raiders defense was able to get to him. So with 38 seconds left here, the Comets are going to have time for 1, maybe 2 more plays depending on what they decide to do. And the referee is signaling for a timeout here. Comets are going to take one.
Play, 2nd and 13, Comets. Timeout, Comets.
With 20 seconds left. So unfortunately, even though the Comets offense is struggling a bit to find their rhythm, the Comets defense has done a pretty good job, and so that's some good news for the Comets, as they've still got another half of football to play, and it's only a 2-possession game right now. So anything's possible with these Comets, especially with the talent they've got on this team right now. So coming out of the timeout here, the Comets have the ball. It's second down. They're on the Raiders' 42-yard line. Looking to make one last push here in the half. Dorman's going to take a direct snap. He's going to look. He's going to throw. That's caught there by Jackson Wiseman, and Wiseman going to get down to the 30. So that's about a 12-yard gain there for the Comets. So the chains are going to be moved.
Comets slip through, complete pass. 3rd and 2.
So, however, he did not manage to get the first down, so that's going to be 3rd and 2 here with 7 seconds to go. The Comets not very aware of the clock there, but suddenly realizing that they've got about a second left here, and they better snap the ball. However, they will not get that snap off. So it's going to be 12-0 here at the end of the first half. Thanks for tuning in. Make sure you can come back in about 10 minutes, and we will have the second half underway here at Dwyer Field.
We'd like to remind you that all water and lemonade is $1 at the Love Lake JJ stand by the concessions.
On air or online, this is media for your community. This is ICRC-TV.
So that leaves us with the next item on our agenda is item number 5, opening session.
I want to thank everyone for joining us this evening. If you're out here at the parade or listening, thank you again. Into the end zone, and that is caught by Jaden Wood.
Come on now, how we doing? Y'all feeling all right out there?
Hello and welcome to this edition of This is Glendale. I'm Bet Chorus.
Hey guys, this is Unit 1 crew from Woodlawn Fire Department. We just want to wish you guys a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
And of course, you can always go to ICRC-TV.com.
Always a great day when ICRC is involved. Another edition of ICRC, bringing the community to you.
Welcome back, Mason Comets sports fans. We're here at Dwyer Field. I'm Alex Darasel, joined here by Harper Stoll. We've got getting ready for the second half of action here. It's 12-0. The Mason Comets are down, unfortunately. However, we've got a strong-looking Comets team looking to make a comeback here. Harper, can you talk to me a little bit about what you saw in the first half? The Mason Comets offense struggled a little bit, but their defense definitely was able to hold their end. So can you talk to me a little bit about what you think the Comets need to do to, kind of flip this game around?
I think the Comets really need to, just pick up their momentum and score. Once they score, I think everything will be pretty good. They'll be back in the game, and hopefully they'll have a better attitude, and they'll just be more excited and want to play harder and stop the Raiders from scoring again. But they did a really good job of that at the end of the half.
Yeah, like you said, attitude is definitely going to play a big thing into this. It's hard to keep your head screwed on, right? They're only down by 12 points, but it can seem like a lot at this point in the game. The further along you get in the game, the bigger the mountain seems that you have to climb. So the Comets are gonna definitely need to keep their head on right, and like you said, once they score, they're able to open up that door and just really, that opens up a lot of possibilities for how this game will finish out. So it looks like it's going to be the Raiders' ball to start out this half. The Comets on defense. They, like you mentioned, Harper, they were able to shut down this Raiders' offense here in the first half. We do apologize if you're just joining us now that we do not have the Raiders roster. So we'll do our best to describe, what player is doing what and. Just what's going on the field. So, Raiders quarterback looking to take a direct snap. That ball is snapped, and he's going to fake a handoff one and get it to another teammate, and he's going to be taken down after about 5 yards there by the Comet defense. This Raiders team is definitely quick. We saw them in the first half get an interception and then scoop up a fumble and score. Their offense hasn't scored for them yet. It's been both times their defense. And a lot of players play both ways at this age, and so those quick kids that were on defense also happen to be the same ones on offense. So we'll see if the Raiders are able to explode get any explosive plays here to start out this half. So the ball is snapped and handed off to the player in motion. He's going to work his way. Oh, and what a hit there. Wow, that was a tremendous hit there by the Mason Comet defense. Take a look at this replay here. Number 8 for the Raiders come into motion, and boom, out of nowhere, I believe that was Jackson Wiseman just coming out with a monster hit to bring up a third down here for the Raiders.
Defensive stop. 3rd and 8.
Third and 8 here for the Raiders. Comets looking to prevent them from picking up this first down here, as it is only a 2-possession game, so the Comets looking to get back into this one. The ball is snapped, and it's going to be handed off there, and there's flag on the play. However, this Raiders runner is still on his feet. He's dancing around. He's going backwards, and he is still on his feet despite almost the entire Comets defense coming a little stiff arm, and he's finally going to be forced out of bounds at around the 40-yard line. And as I mentioned, a flag on the play, so we'll see what happens. It's going to be a flag on the offense. Sorry. I believe it was a holding penalty there. So that's going to set them back about 5 yards. So the Raiders have a long way to go to pick up this first down here. It's still going to be 3rd down. About 3rd and 17, I'd say. Air for
20-yard penalty on the Raiders. 3rd and 23.
Looks like instead of a holding, it was a personal foul. So it's going to set them back about 20 yards, which is not going to help them at all pick up this first down. So the ball is snapped and he's going to be taken up that far sideline, and he's going to stay on his feet despite the swarm of Comets, and finally taken down at about the 30, 35, 34-yard line.
Hopefully the Comets will be able to take advantage of the penalty and get the ball and score.
Yeah, like you mentioned, this is a game about momentum. Same with any sport, and you can see here, he's just trying to bounce around, but these Comets are desperately trying to get back into this game and are able to swarm. You know, it's going to be 4th down, so let's see how the Comets are able to capitalize on this. So I believe that the Raiders elect to punt, and at this age they do not actually punt the ball, so it's going to be moved downfield and spotted at about the 30, 39, 40-yard line for the Comets offense to take over. So this is going to be Comets offense taking over with just under 17 minutes to go here. Still plenty of time left in this game for the Comets to mount and come back, despite being down 2 scores at the moment. There's Walker Dortmund, the quarterback number 85 there, talking to his team, looking to inspire them or go over their play that they're about to run here. Comets break the huddle. Dorman looking to receive a direct snap. He's going to take it. He's going to fake a handoff, throw one. There's his receiver, Jackson Wiseman. He's going to cut back to the middle, and he's working his way up. Oh, and that is a hard hit Wiseman just took there. That was 3 guys. He almost got picked up. I think he might have gotten picked up there before being finally taken down there. It looks like we got an injured player down on the field, so it's going to be injury timeout taken by the referee as one of the Raider players is down.
Comets sneak through and gain 3 yards. 2nd and 7. Injury timeout.
So that is number 7. As I mentioned, we do not have the roster for the Raiders. However, we do know he does play quarterback for them. So hopefully, for Raider fans, he's not injured, as he is the firepower behind their offense. So it looks like he's going to try to walk this one off over on the sidelines for them. It's going to be 2nd and 7 here for the Comets, as they prepare as they walk out to take their positions here on their line. Dorman receives the direct snap. Oh, but the ball is fumbled, and I'm pretty sure he fell on that. However, cannot be sure. Dorman was not able to fall on it. However, one of his teammates was able to recover before that. And Raiders defense was able to get there. So that's going to be fortunate for the Comets. That's going to bring up 3rd and 7 for the Comets. Dorman is going to receive a direct snap here. He's going to hand off the ball. Oh, and that ball is bobbled, and wow, that was a monster of a hit there. We just saw that is number 17, Jackson White's, Dorman's primary receiver. And if you take a look at this replay, White just turned on the jets, and he just bobbles it and just he's hit so hard right there. Oh my goodness. That's quite the hit he just took. He just standing up, took it like a champ. It's going to be 4th and 3 here. 4th and 4. As the Comets elect to go for it. To try to get something going here with just over 14 minutes to go here in the half. Dorman takes the snap and hands it off. However, White's is stopped short of the first down, so it's going to be a turnover on downs for the Comets. So as we see this Raider team here, they're getting pretty good on offense or on defense. However, their offense is taking a little bit of a struggle here as they're fighting the Comets defense, which is proven to be Stonewall thus far. So we'll see what the Comets are able to, what the Raiders, are able to do on this possession.
1st and 10, Raiders ball.
And that ball is taken. Wow, what a play there for the Raiders. That ball is taken all the way down to about the 30 30-yard line. That was almost a 20-yard run there for number 4 on the Raiders.
I think it's important for the Comets to get a stop here, or it might be really hard for them to get back into the game.
Yeah, like you said, Harper, the Comets desperately need to stop. You go down 3 scores. That's pretty difficult to come back from.
We have some keys turned down, car keys turned into concession stand, GMC. Couple other keys had the pink key.
Yeah, we'll see the Raiders now taking their positions. There's number 7 on the Raiders. We saw him take a hard hit on defense. So, however, he's their quarterback, so he's back in. And he's going to do a little pitch pass, and that ball is fumbled and possibly recovered by the Comets. Not sure who has it. Yeah, I believe that Comets were able to pick that one up. Let's take a look at this replay here. Little underhand pass, and that the Comets were able to fall on that immediately. Just an unfortunate miscommunication there by the Raiders on offense. Just like you were talking about, Harper, the Comets were able to get their stop just next play. So, the Comets still have some fight left in them. So the Comets are going to line up here. Wiseman going to take a, or excuse me, Dorman going to take a
Comet ball, first
direct
and
snap, and he's going to keep it himself and bounce, and taken down by two of the Raiders after no gain on that play. It's going to be 2nd and 10 here for the Comets. And just over 10 minutes to go here, so Comets in desperate need of a score here to whittle this down to a 1-possession game here, as the clock keeps ticking away.
Harper Stall, and I'm here with Savannah Livy, and this is the 6th grade
Tomahawk trips up in the
boys
backfield
game.
for a loss of 3. Sets up a 2nd and 15. Tackle for a loss for the Comets.
Hello, and welcome back to Dwyer Field for the Mason Youth Football 2021 Grimes Bowl. Currently, it is the Lakota Thunderbirds versus the Mason Comets. It's third down, and 3rd and 21. It's 31. The Thunderbirds are coming through. Got sacked by Mason, making an advance in yards.
Word on the play from Niall Knudsen.
Look.
For about a 4-yard gain. Sets up a 4th and 16.
4th and 16, Lakota ball. I think, Harper, what do you think right now? What do you think this Lakota team needs to be focusing on going into this first half?
The Comets have pretty good defense from what we've seen so far, so I really think they need to be focused on getting the ball down the field, and the Comets need to stop them and then score themselves.
Exactly, couldn't have said it better myself.
Savannah, what do you think the Comets need to do this game so they can get a win?
I think it's important that the Comets really focus on where the ball is, the positioning. I think that in past games it hasn't quite been treated with the intensity that it needs to be, and I think that this coach here is really getting connected to the players, and I think it's really getting involved, and that's helping this team tremendously, and I can already see it. Their energy is a lot higher than some of the other previous games, and that's helping them.
I agree. This 6th grade team looks like they have some real good players, and that they're going to be able to stay in this game, maybe even win it.
It's a Comet ball. It's going to be a 1st down, and that'll be 1st and 10 for the Comets. Made a beautiful play, cutting straight through right there. As you can see, he goes past all of those defenders, comes right in, and lands graciously on the ground at the 55-yard mark. Harper, do you think that there's any weaknesses in the defense that Lakota should be focused on right now, or that Mason should try to be attacking, whether on the offensive end?
It looks to me that the sides of the field are being left wide open.
Oh, and he's on the 15, the 10,
and
the 5, and that's a touchdown for the Mason Comets. With only 18:15 on the clock.
That is a great start.
That is a great start for this Comets team here. I'm excited for this game. They're already pumped up. They got momentum. They have music playing. They're in the right headspace, and this coach is connecting with them. They're working well as a team right now, and hopefully they can keep that momentum up.
Wow, I am impressed. That was really quick.
That was a 45-yard touchdown there. And the Mason Comets are now going to go for a 2-point conversion. Coming across, trying to get it in. And it's good. That's a 2-point conversion.
All right, so it's 8-0. Comets are up with 17:22 left in the first half.
You can see that play beautifully again. Watch them cut across. And you're going to pass it over, and there's plenty of space, brought it right into the end zone. Now, Harper, as the Lakota team goes into this timeout, what do you think that they need to be focusing on defensively to make sure that they can get more stops so this Comet team just doesn't reign?
I think they're going to have to be really careful about what they leave open, and they're going to need to be just constantly on the ball because this Comets team has already shown that they are dominant.
Clearly, I agree. And that'll be a first down at the 65-yard line for the Lakota team. Coming through, they ran a trick play and they got a few yards. He tried to run the ball there, didn't quite work. This Comets defense is playing quite well today. What do you think, Herbert?
I think they're doing very well, and if they keep this up, they are going to be very successful.
I agree. It's a 2nd and 8. 2nd and 8. Lakota ball. Number 24 has it. He's trying to rush. Couldn't quite get the yardage he wants, but still got a few. That's going to be 3rd down there.
One to the right side. No gain for Tom Hawks. 3rd and 9.
Third and 9. Lakota team's trying to come through. Mason going for it. Got his legs, brought him down. It's still going to be a 4th down. They didn't gain any yardage there. It's still 4th and 9. They need to either pass it or they need to opt to punt it. Unfortunately, they're not yet punting yet, so it'll just be a turnover and Comets ball. As you just saw there, they opted to punt it. So they're just going to move downfield. And it'll be Comets possession. This 6th grade team today is looking pretty sharp. And I'm excited to see what they have in store. I know that this team, they seem very well connected. They're moving like one unit. They seem to like this game. They like being here. The entire team seemed very excited when they walked on the field. I think this is a great matchup. Now, Harper, what do you think that Lakota could have done differently during that last possession?
I think that they need to be paying more attention and trying to really just make the most of every play they have, which I don't feel like they're doing that at the moment.
I agree. It was snapped back there, and then they brought him down. It's going to be 2nd and 12 for the Comets. They need to focus on trying to get a little bit of yardage. Maybe passing it out to a wide receiver would work the best, but we won't find out until we see what they do. But this Lakota defense seems to be understanding that they can't play the same way, or else Mason's going to keep getting these quick touchdowns and points, and I think they're adjusting to that, which is good. They snapped it back. They're running it across. They're adding a nice layer of protection. Couldn't quite get through, and that's going to be 2nd and 14.
Run to the outside, no gain.
3rd and 14.
For Kellen Jackson on the carry.
There's no gain. There's an offside call there.
Sets up a 3rd and 15 for the Comets.
It's going to bring them to 3rd and 15 for the Comets. I think it's important right now that they really focus on movement and trying to get around. They should consider passing the ball maybe instead of running it. They're not doing a great job at the blocking, and I think that could be improved. Although,
number 37, Dexter Rees just had a sack.
That's
Sack on the play by
moving the Comets
Dexter
back
Reese.
quite a bit. There's no gain on the play there.
Sets up a 4th and 16 for the Comets.
As you
Like
can
to punt.
see, the Lakota defense is really stepping it up, you know, especially with Mason in the first few minutes of the game getting a touchdown. I think they're starting to realize that it's important that they're really focusing on what they have in front of them and what they can do with that. It's going to be Lakota ball in the first down, 1st and 10 at the 53-yard line. Lakota needs to consider running the ball, maybe trying to get a little bit of yardage. This is kind of going back and forth because Lakota originally wasn't doing so great, but now their defense really came in and they put a stop to almost everything that the Comets were doing. And I think it's important that they continue to try to stop this. Now their offensive end isn't looking as great, but they did get a few yards there. That's going to be a 3-yard gain for the 2nd down, 2nd and 7. Now, Harper, what do you think this Lakota offense needs to focus on that their defense hasn't already covered by shutting down the Comets?
I think that the Lakota offense really needs to find gaps in the Comets defense because we can already see that the Comet offense is very, very strong, and so Lakota's going to have to match that intensity if they're going to want to keep up with them, so they're going to really need to find a way to get around that defense, whether it's running or throwing.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely, yeah.
Getting Medley for a few yards again.
And that's going to be another few yards there for the advance there for the Comets, and it will be 3rd and 5.
Savannah, what do you think the Comets are going to have to do to keep their lead in this game?
I think the Comets right now, to keep their lead in the game, they need to focus more on their offensive side because they're defensively, they're doing a pretty decent job at shutting this Lakota team down. Although I think that it's important to consider that, you know, if Lakota can reciprocate what they're doing exactly, then it's not the prime goal to just try to do a Hail Mary and score. I think they need to be strategic, and I think they need to really think these through.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
That was a really nice looking play right there with that tackle.
Looks like it's going to be an injury timeout there for number 4 for Lakota. They all took a knee. It's great to see the level of sportsmanship that they have and how they're really applying that to this game. Is because it's important to not only raise young athletes and raise them to be physical, to be active, to strive to do better, but it's important to raise them as people. And I think that we've really seen that today in all of these games, and I think it's important not only in youth football and in youth sports. I think it's important in the entire aspect of athletics is just making sure that you respect your opponents, and that at the end of the day you realize it's just a game.
I couldn't have said it better myself. I really think these young athletes have been showing some really good qualities tonight.
Yeah, I completely agree. It looks like the Lakota team is going to take number 4 off of the field, and they're subbing in. Seems that they're waiting for the coaches to clear the field before starting any of the plays.
4th and 7 for the Tomahawks.
And it's 4th and 7 for the Tomahawks. Lakota is going to take a timeout. And there is 9:08 left in the first half. They opted to punt it, so it's now going to be Comet ball here. be 1st and 10 for the Comets at the 25-yard line of the Tomahawks. Now, the Comets are deep into Tomahawk territory. What do you,
Looks like he's going to try to run it. Let's see if they can make anything happen. Wow. He's getting to the 50.
He's going to keep going to the 40, down to the 35, 30, 25. It looks like he's going to take this all the way to the end zone.
Touchdown. That is the second touchdown of the game for the Comets.
With only 7:55 left on the clock. This Tomahawk defense, they were doing quite well after they stopped the Comets after their next possession. But they still need to continue to keep that same effort. They can't be relaxing at all. They were kind of all way too close together, and I think that's kind of just what happened. Number 20 for the Comets, he seemed to get around all of them and continue to go straight.
The Mason offense has been very impressive tonight. I'm very impressed by this.
Conversion intercepted.
And the 2-point conversion there was intercepted. It's going to be Tomahawk ball. See, the Comets offense today, they've really been working hard. They've been getting after it, and they've been doing what they can. Now, Harper, what do you think that that the Tomahawk defense needs to focus on differently now in the remaining 6 minutes of this half and the remaining half that's left in the game?
I think they really need to focus on stopping the run, because they haven't been throwing it as much. They've mostly just been running it, and so I think they need to focus on just stopping that like as soon as they can, because once the Comet offense has been getting around, they've been unstoppable, and that's where Lakota's having trouble.
Yeah, I completely agree there. The Tomahawks they were sacked in the play. Now that will be a 2nd and 16.
For a loss of about 5, 2nd and 15, Tomahawks.
Looks like they're waiting.
I think something that Lakota is struggling with is they aren't really tackling anybody. They're sort of just running around.
Yeah, they're just trying to block them instead of really going for them. I think that Mason does a great job at teaching that when you need to go for a hit, you have to just go for it. You have to give it your all, and you can't be afraid for some of that contact. And I think that the Lakota here, they kind of seem like they're afraid of that contact, and you know, that's sometimes it's okay, but right now they really need to get their heads in the game and really focus. Even though they're not on their home field, it's important.
I agree.
And it looks like number 24 for the Thunderhawks is going to be sacked in the backfield.
It looked like that sack was number 14, Eli McDaniel.
And that will be 4th and 19 for the Comets.
Tomahawks select a punt.
The Tomahawks have selected a punt. They're going to bring it downfield. Now this Comets offense is about to come back in, and I think that the Tomahawks defense really needs to focus on what they can do to make sure all their bases are covered, and I think they need to not be afraid of that contact. They need to just go straight for it, and that hasn't really happened much this game, and that's that can be worked on. I mean, they are still very young. This is a 6th grade team, so I think as they'll get older, that'll change, especially when they go into and play for middle school next year. But they're relatively well matched. Both these teams have good size. I think the Comets just have a little bit more speed, and the difference is that the Comets are using their speed rather than kind of ignoring it. If the Tomahawks use their speed to block them and not even just tackle them, just get them out of the way, just a little bit more to where the Mason Comets are, I think it could have a tremendous impact on this game. Now, Harper, what do you think about this?
I think that at this point, Mason needs to just do exactly what they've been doing, and Lakota needs to match the energy of Mason, and they can be in this game, and it would be a very good game.
Exactly, yes, yeah. And it's going to be 1st and 10 for the Comets. At the 50-yard line. Gonna have a runner behind. Snap it back. Kick it over to the runner. Now, that Tomahawks, it's kind of surrounded there.
The Tomahawk defense has started figuring out what the Comets are doing, and they're being able to stop them now.
Yeah, they're just passing it to the backfield, and then they're just trying to run the ball. And that can work until they figure out who they're passing to and then when they're going to pass it. And it seems like they've done that now. So maybe we'll see these Tomahawks get more of a defensive stop now that they know what's exactly going on. It'll be 2nd and 10 here for the Comets. They made 0 yard gains on that play. They're snapping it, putting it in the backfield. Not quite, kind of surrounded there. Tomahawk defense is really stepping it up right now.
That's true.
There's
Something I definitely like to see more of is number 20, Alex Nagel, to run the ball. He's the Mason quarterback. I'd love to be seeing some of him running.
Yeah, I think a QB sneak right now could potentially be very good to this team and to this play, because one, the Tomahawks wouldn't be expecting it, and then 2, we're gonna see whether if they are prepared. So I think that the Comets might need to pull some of the tricks that are up their sleeve this game, and maybe try a few plays that aren't as expected. Right now they're giving the QB the ball in the pocket, and that might not be the best. They're still trying to run it, which is okay, but they're not really getting much yardage.
Right.
Although they seem to have gotten 6 yards there for gain.
They need to get some yards.
Jackson gained about 5 yards.
I'm sorry, Harper, what were you saying?
The Comets need to get some yards if they're going to be running the ball like that, because by the time they get back from throwing it into the backfield, it's getting hard for them to get the yards because the defense is picking up on it and stopping them pretty early.
Yeah, exactly. So this is going to be a 4th and 5.
If they tried to run it down the left side of the field, then they might be able to get something.
Yeah, because right now it seems like they're kind of leaving that open. It's definitely an option to consider, especially when they've tried running like back and then cutting straight through, and that of course that's not really gonna work because there's way too many people you have to go through in order for that to work, and these are sixth graders, so I mean it might work when you're like older and you have a secure offensive and defensive line that are working against each other, but it's not gonna really work now, and it doesn't work in most situations. But we're gonna be 4 and 5 here, and it'll be Comet possession. I think, Harper, what do you think the best course of action is for the Comets during this play?
I think the best thing they could do is throw it, or they could try to go up the far side of the field because the defense is leaving it wide open. But it looks like they're just going to run it and get tied up.
Yeah, they got tied up there. They only had about 1 yard gain. It'll be tomahawk ball. And that'll be a Comet timeout there.
There is 40 seconds left in the first half, and it's 14-0 Mason.
I think part of the reason why there's such a big difference in scoring is just, again, as I said earlier, and what you kind of played off of is that, you know, they have a tremendous amount of speed. This Mason team does. They don't have as much size as the Lakota team, and I think that Lakota isn't realizing that, or if they do, they're not using it. So I think that this Mason team, they need to continue doing what they're doing, which is using their speed to their advantage to really try to take control of this game, and I think they've done that. They've done that well.
I agree with that.
And we have our Mason defense back. They're trying to sneak behind. Gonna run, looking to throw it, or maybe run it. Threw it out, and it was incomplete. It's gonna be 2nd and 10 there for the
Pass incomplete, broken up by Isaiah Brooks.
For the Lakota Thunderhawks. It's going to be 2nd and 10 with about 15 seconds left on the clock. They have to step it up and make a play now if they want something to happen during the rest of this half. They're going to try to run the ball. Going to get a few yards. And that will be the end of our first half. The score is 14-0, and we will be back after halftime.
All right, you can tune in about 10 minutes, and we'll be back with the second half of the Mason and Lakota game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to ICRC-TV Sports.
Three-pointer. Got it! In for the Comets score. Win! Comets win! Yeah!
Welcome back. I'm Harper Stahl, and I'm here with Savannah Libby, and this is the 6th grade Lakota versus Mason game.
For the 2021 Grimes Bowl, currently Mason is up 14-0. They had 2 very clean possessions where they were able to get the ball all the way downfield and rush it, and then they had a 2-point conversion. So hopefully they can continue this momentum going into this half. Now, Harper, what do you think about how this team is playing and what they can do to continue this in the future for the Comets?
I think the Comets are playing phenomenal. Their scoring seems to be relatively easy. Their defense is very solid. I think they just need to keep their momentum up. The good momentum has been helping them. And I think if they just keep doing this, playing hard in the future, they're going to be an incredible team this season.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely. So it's going to be Comets ball at the 35-yard line, and it's 1st and 10. Now, Harper, what do you think this Tomahawks defense has to focus on right now?
They need to stop the drives because Mason has scored every time off of just running the ball. And if the Lakota defense can stop them, then they might be able to get back in it. That was a good tackle right there by the Lakota defense. Getting a stop early on.
They didn't have any game. It'll be a 2nd and 11 there for the Comets. I think the Comet team right now, it's important that they focus on how they can adjust the way that they're playing. I think in the first half they had all this momentum, they were really hyped, and I think coming back in the second half they're in their heads a little bit, right? Because they're on this hot streak. And he's running the ball.
There he goes. Is that the 50? He's gone.
The 40, 35,
he's gone.
30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, and that's a touchdown.
That's the 3rd touchdown for the Mason Comets.
For number 20 for the Comets. Now, that was a beautiful play there for the Comets. As you can see here, he goes, tries to pass it. It's a pass fake, cuts all the way straight through, and just goes straight down the field. Beautiful play, brings it right into the end zone with nobody even 10 yards within him.
Yep, beautiful play by number 20, Alex Nagel. And I see we talked about that earlier, about wanting to see the quarterback run the ball, and we saw it right there. It worked beautifully.
Exactly. Now they're going to snap it back, going for the 2-point conversion, and...
Are they going to get it? It looks like they got it.
Nagel with the keeper, just short.
Just a little short there of a 2-point conversion.
2-point conversion, no good.
It wasn't good because the defense was just already there. I think he kind of just walked straight into it. Maybe if he got a little bit further to the right, it might have gotten it, but it didn't look like it.
The Mason offense is coming out very strong this second half, and I'm excited to see what they're going to do in the next 1940 of the game.
Yeah. I think... And it's going to be Thunderhawk possession. Mason currently 20-0 against Lakota with 19:15 left on the clock in the second half. That was a beautiful play by Nagel there with the touchdown. Now, as the QB, he's made some great calls this game. I think the coaching for this Mason team is excellent. I think they're working together well, and I think this has potential for our Mason program. And they're trying to run it through, and he got sacked.
That was a nice sack. That was number 14, Eli McDaniel.
I think something that we already talked about, which you discussed with me earlier, is about how Lakota isn't welcoming contact.
Yes.
They aren't welcoming contact. It's just that this Mason team, they're being so prominent and so physical. It's helping them immensely going into this game, and especially throughout the entirety of this game. And I think that's part of a big reason why they're dominant. It's not like you can tell in the field that they're playing very dominantly, and it's not particularly because of the size or anything. I think it's just because Lakota isn't really dealing with that contact, and I think that the part of it is that they're also in their head. And Harper, what do you think about that?
I think that with the Mason team being so dominant on the offensive side, the Lakota offense has also been having a hard time because most of these kids play defense and offense, and so they're getting down, and it's been very hard for them to get back in it, and it seems like they're starting to get a little frustrated.
Yeah, because they're getting scored on in one end, and then they go to the other side of the field, and then they don't have much in them because they're just in their head. I think that part of it's that, they're not really particularly doing anything about that.
So let's see. The ball is at the looks like
it's going to be 4 and 6 there for the Thunderbirds.
Right. Ball's at the 39, 38.
It looks like it's going to be at the 38-yard line in Comet territory. Now, continuing to look forward throughout this game, I think I can see the Thunderbirds scoring potentially, but right now I think it's important that maybe their coach call a timeout, get them out of their heads, just have them refocus, because these are relatively young kids, and the younger you are, the easier it is to kind of get in your head.
All right.
That's going to be an incomplete pass there for Lakota.
That was a good-looking throw. I thought they were going to have that.
Yeah, it was just, it looked a little bit too long, but it's unfortunate. And now it shall be Mason ball, 1st and 10.
I'd really love to see Lakota get more physical in this game. With 15, 17 left, they're still in this, and I think if they really got physical, we could really see something happen.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Now, looking into this Comets offense, what are you hoping to see for the rest of the game, Harper?
I want to see them keep doing what they're doing. It's working. I do want to see them throw the ball a little more because we haven't really seen that aspect of their game, and I'd love to see if they can do that. Number 20, it looks like he's going to be down at the 35.
Looks like they're going to.
Alex Nagel keeps it himself for a gain of 3.
It's going to
2nd and 7 for the Comets.
2nd and 7 for the Comets. I think it's that what they need to do is they need to if they run the ball, which they probably will, they need to try to look outside. And I know that they're having the QB throw from in the pocket, which is fine, or do handoffs, which is okay. But you still have to think about like, oh well, we have like a QB sneak where Nagel scored, so. Are we going to see that again? Like, are we going to see them go to the left side, maybe try to go somewhere with left coverage, or are they going to have heavy coverage? So
the thing about Mason is they're up, and so I feel like running the ball will be a safer option. Although I would like to see them throwing it, but it also, at this point, being up 20-0, it might be a good idea to hold the ball and run it.
Yeah, I
Tackle at the
think
line
when
made
they're
by
down to
Maxwell
maybe
Badia.
5 minutes left in this half or 5 minutes left in the game, I think then you could go for a chance because you don't really have enough
Sets
time.
up for a 3rd and 9.
Unless they get like some Peyton Manning type of play where you throw it all the way downfield. But these are 6th graders, so that's unlikely. But I think running the ball right now, like you said, is a great option for this team. And they're gonna snap it back. They're gonna get it through, and Lakota is gonna put them in the backfield, and that looks like it's going to be a loss.
Tackle in the backfield.
4th and 15.
Aiden Chappelle.
And that was a great tackle there by the Lakota Thunderbirds. I think it's important to consider that how young this team is and how well they're doing. I think that even though they don't have as much size as the Dakota team, I think that they're still using their speed very effectively, and they're coming together. Now, what do you think this coach is saying in the huddle for the Mason team right now, Harper?
I think he might be telling them not to be in their heads because it seems like the last couple minutes of the game they've been not playing like they've been playing the whole game. It seems like to me they've been maybe a little nervous and they're getting frustrated by the defense. But I think he's also would tell them that they're playing really well and just to keep it up. What do you think, Savannah?
I think the exact same thing, Harper. I think that, he should just tell them to just keep their heads above water, continue to do well, but don't get overly cocky. And I think they have a pretty good shot at the rest of this game.
I agree.
There's 11:25 left on the clock. Mason is up 20-0. Looks like it's going to be Mason ball.
First down, Tomahawks.
So a lot of mixed reactions here from the fans today. Most of these parents are here showing their support. Quite a few of the Lakota parents have showed up. And Lakota is going to fumble that. And there will be a flag on the play. But it was recovered by
Walking about 5 on the play.
Harper, what do you think? What do you think happened particularly for him to fumble the ball? Yeah. So I also think that he just got in the wrong positioning there on the field, which is extremely important. So he's gonna come around. Number 4 is gonna try to sneak through there, and he's going. And that
he
looks
gets
like
pushed out of bounds by number 14 on the Mason team, which is Eli McDaniel.
That looks like that'll be a first down there for the Thunderbirds.
First down run.
And he comes around the back, and he keeps going. Got quite a bit of yardage there. It's going to be a first down there. At the 44-yard line in Comet territory. So gotta just continue to work this ball down the field, try to get as much movement as you can, and that'll be crucial.
Aiden Chappelle up middle for 5.
And they get sacked, but they did get a yardage gain of about 5 yards. That looks like it's going to be second and 4 going into this next possession for the Thunderbirds.
It seems like Lakota's getting a little antsy with their offensive line. I mean, they've made a few crucial mistakes here in the last couple minutes, and they really need to make up for that. And if they want to get back in this game, they're going to need to get a couple stops.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's important. It's important that they continue the pattern that they're on right now. I think, you know, it's also that they're getting in their heads. There's only 8:51 left in this game. They're losing by 20. They still have a shot. They could still turn this around, but they have to get out of their heads. They have to keep doing what they're doing. They can't lose the momentum that they're trying to get right now on offense, because, you know, the second that they start getting in their heads, that's when they start to lose the game.
Yes. I would love to see the Lakota offense really make a good play. I'd like to see them do something like score the ball, get that momentum, because like we've seen, the Mason team scored very early on in the game. They just had this really good momentum the whole game. And so I'd love to see that from Lakota as well.
And it'll be the second and fourth coming into this Lakota possession again with 8:51 left on the clock. Comets are up by 20.
Oh, so the quarterback handed it off, and they're down at the, looks like the 47 or the 48.
Comets on the tackle.
Comets on the tackle. That'll be
That's a first down.
third
down and 1.
And it'll be 3rd and 1. All they need to do is they just need to get a little bit of yardage, maybe rush the ball. I think that's a good idea here, especially considering that's what they've been doing. That's what they're good at. They might want to do a slip play where they target the right side, considering that there's a weakness there right now with the Comets defense. But aside from that, you know, I think they have a pretty good shot. And they snapped it back. They're doing a long pass.
Wow.
And that pass is complete.
That was impressive.
That'll be a first down to the Thunderbirds at the 31st yard line.
That was a nice play. I'm
Tremendous
impressed.
pass. We can see here the quarterback is passing it all the way downfield
To number 22, Marte Williams. That was a really nice pass.
And that was a great catch, though. It seemed to be going out of his hands a little bit, but he was able to secure it, which is always important in these things.
I think that play may be crucial to Lakota. I think that is going to help them get really good momentum. And there's, let's see, 7:18 left in the game. That's plenty of time to get a couple touchdowns.
Exactly. They need to continue this downfield. They need to at least score once. So it's a little bit more even. They have a better shot that way, and they'll start to gain their momentum back if they're not in their head as much. And there's a flag on the play. Looks like offsides on the Comets, and that will be a penalty. Looks like it's going to be a 5-yard penalty against the Comets. Still Lakota possession, first down. Now they are a lot closer. They're on the 25 yard line. They're getting a lot closer to the end zone. I think the Comets defense right now, well, Harper, what do you think the Comets defense right now should be really focusing on?
Getting a stop, because 20-0 is a pretty good lead, but it's also not set in stone. And I think they need to get the stop here, because if Lakota scores, then they could be able to come back.
Exactly. And
That was good. That was a good tackle by number 16, Cole Huggenberg.
Yeah, and they're making complete passes now. That's going to be another first down for the Comets. They're getting a lot closer to the end zone. They need to continue. They need to continue this when they go downfield. They're currently sitting on the 11-yard line. The 16th yard line, pardon me. The Comet defense right now. They need to make a stop. They need to focus on key players, especially like the quarterbacks. And he's going to make a slip, and he's going to get through.
Oh,
he will not make it to the
just
end zone.
barely. He was so close. It looks like he got down at the 1 or 2 yard line. Very, very close to the end zone. It looks like they're placing the ball at the 1.
They're going to be coming back around. He went out about at the 2 yard line there. This is a great opportunity for them to score. I think that their coaches aren't as concerned. The Mason coaches aren't right now because considering if they do score, they will still be up by 14. So they're making some substitutions. Mason is. I think they're trying to focus in on this play. This play is very important to how the rest of the game will go. Now they're trying to get inside. Can't quite get it.
It looks like they're trying to get the ball to number 4 a lot.
Second and goal.
He seems to be making a lot happen for their offense.
Yeah, Chappelle is kind of their key player for this Dakota team. They're moving in and out offensively, and he's where the ball is going. And now we're going to be right on top of the goal line at the 1 yard line. And I think what they need to do is just try to push. Just have their offensive linemen try to maybe slip through or just go. And that will be a touchdown for the Lakota Thunderbirds. Their first touchdown in the game, which will make it 20-6 Lakota Thunderbirds.
So that is the first score of Lakota of the evening. It's now 20-6, and there's 3 minutes left in the game.
They gotta continue this. Like Harper, what do you think?
I think that was good. I wish they could have done this earlier in the game. I would have liked to have been able to see this more from them, because when they use their speed and agility and size really as most they can, they're going to be an unstoppable team.
Exactly.
They're very fast.
The 2-point conversion is good. It'll now be 20-8 for the Lakota Thunderbirds versus the Mason Comets.
2-point conversion.
Able to bring it back in. That was a nice throw over there and bring it right into the end zone.
They were able to get it right in a gap the defense left for them, and they took advantage of that.
Yeah, number 23, he tried to get over there in time, but there wasn't enough. And their entire defensive line was covered, so there wasn't really much that they could do there. But they still were present. The Comets have been present this entire game. They've made quite the impact. I think it's important to note that the Comets put their effort into the first half of this game. Being up by 12, and not that they're not in the second half, but it's just that it's more noticeable now because of the way that they're playing, the way that they're presenting themselves. And I think if we brought it down to maybe the last few minutes of this game, the Dakota Thunderhawks would be winning. But you have to consider that if you don't play hard the entire game, it's just going to happen. What do you think, Harper?
I think you're totally right, Savannah. I agree with you. I think you're right. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah. So it is second down. The Comets are in possession right out. The Bucks on offense. They made a great play where they tackled them into the backfield. There's 48 seconds left in this game. Trying to make a final play before the clock runs out.
It's a good win for Mason tonight.
Yes, it is.
Their speed. I was very impressed by their speed and their ability to make plays. They had some really good runs. I was very impressed with that, especially at such a young age. Being able to do this, I think this is going to be a killer team. especially when they get into high school.
Yeah, exactly. And number 20 is trying to run the ball, and he's going to get sacked. And with 9 seconds left, the final score of this Mason versus Lakota game is going to be 20-8. I'm Savannah Libby, and I was here with Bristol, and
We're signing off. Thank you for watching.